Hi, Papaya. How are y'all doing? Hi, Possum. Hi, Bolivia. How are you? How has your Sundays been? Been well. It's been chill, relaxing. I've been vibing with my friends for the past multiple hours since I woke up. Uh, y'all and my friend being awake all day, all night. Because why is she doing that? I'm disappointed. I'm shaking my head in disappointment. She stayed up all night, haven't slept at all. Still hasn't slept yet. It's fucking wild. But we're back with some more Savick questionable Sunday. Questionable Savick Sunday. Because it's very you know, it's there, but also like not really there, you know? But yeah, how are you doing? Been doing well. Hope y'all are having a great week so far. We just started and stuff. Yeah. Last time we finished the preliminary hearing for the trial. Not really trial. For the crime, quote unquote crime, that my deceased friend committed by offing himself. Allegedly offing himself. And it was concluded that he didn't off himself. It was poisoned by my daughter. Allegedly. Who is allegedly an AI. And that's not a good thing in the society. AI, not good. In this hypothetical future society, and also in real life. Okay. That's a whole can of worms we're not gonna fucking open. We're not gonna open that can of worms. Allegedly, to the court, Sarah, my lovely, lovely daughter, if I can, I don't have a picture of her. Lovely, lovely bean is allegedly an AI, but we know after a little snooping around in uh my dead friend's garage, basement, penthouse, apartment, secret panic room vault. We discover that she is not an AI, but he has made AIs before in the past, which is not going to be very good for the company he worked at. That's not going to be good for the company's PR. But Sarah was not AI; she was grown. So that's funky, funky, funky. And yeah. And now we're back at the company, which I forgot the name of. We're at the company building again. And we're gonna try to. I'm assume we're gonna find something else. I'm not really sure what we're here for. Because I brain's really bad. I'm reading things. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Totally. Also, ignore these saves. I was fucking around to get thumbnails for the other parts, and we just have thumbnail saves. Anyways, let's jump into it. I'm gonna fucking murder my friend if she's listening later. Murder as in, like, I'm not gonna intentionally murder her. It's just gonna be very funny. She'll just start dying unintentionally because of things and stuff. Anyways, Morgan, how did you get so turned around? God only knows. Lucky I found my way in here though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face. Right. Listen, Morgan. I'm not sure that I should actually be talking to you without legal presence. Oh. I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything. It's just, I think, what with the Sarah issue, you should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Dawes. Yeah. No. For what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh, that's good to hear. No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down. Going down? Like, in a state was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood and looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. Noble! That's what the company was called. Noble! What? Like, fines and jail time? In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then sanctions. What's a sanction? Well, obviously, a sanction are financial restrictions imposed by the state against corporations or foreign governments as a punitive measure. They're a key tool in statecraft, international negotiations, and in discouraging corporate malfeasance. Wow, that's a tattered nose as of late. I know. Whoopsies. That's not my problem, though. I mean, maybe not, maybe. That's coincidental, I assume. Under certain conditions, the state may choose to place sanctions not on an organization, but an individual, thereby preventing them from exchanging currency issued by that nation, withdrawing funds from banks that operate within that country's borders, effectively freezing all their assets and possibly preventing them from leaving the country. So, only fun things, really. Only really fun things there. They can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail. Too valid to lose. Valuable to lose. You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company. I think I'm going to be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead of what? Scapegoating. Offering up smaller names on silver platters. Full corporation and government oversight on surface. A slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public lose faith in Animate 16, they can't do a recall. Not on this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund. Flat refunds? The losses would be... Yeah, fuck. Oops. If I have it set to settings? What about that there? What's read only? Oops. I actually skipped dialogue. Yeah, your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but... Whoa, what the text box go? I broke the game. A tough fight, but no one they know. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything on. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI. David Asher was always a sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins. Sorry, what was I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. I love her. I love her. Morgan? Morgan is a girl boss. Look at her go. The toxic, the evil women toxic Yuri. You win. Win what? Ask away. Well, if you insist. Fuck. Really? Really? Why? Why is that locked? Why is that locked? I thought I looked at everything. Sorry. Why was that locked? That doesn't make any sense to me. Did it not register my things before? It has everything here. I have tenants in my terms. Right? Unless I fucked it up. No, I don't. It makes sense over here. I hope me making a second save and not high roller didn't fuck things up earlier. Just wanted to get some thumbnails. I guess we'll find out. Anyways. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our products that our public that there's no risk, because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are, because you use Tesseract. Trying to code an AI and test is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating. Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing. For an AI, lying on their system could be the code you're running in Child's Play. About the code you're running is Child's Play. And for an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be... Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources? It isn't an issue of funding? No, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. You make it sound like building an AI is impossible. Even for David Asher. Any chance you'll testify to that? It sounds impossible. But he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good. Better than you'll even know. Better than you'll ever know. Because we know that he's made multiple AIs, and AIs that help make AIs. It is quite interesting. No, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, I just did a... That's fair, okay. That makes sense. Noble spent months promoting the A16 as the culmination of David Asher's work. So, Now that that marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one. The components that allowed your warm androids to move realistically. It pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. And yet, compared to that, what goes on in Sarah's brain is 1,000 times a second. David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits that his private work bore. So, if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel that he had been holding out on them. In the company, they were appreciative of his contributions. I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased. But the board was very enthusiastic. So, would that spur them to be protective of David? Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence? Becoming irreplaceable? No. They need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if 816 is compromised. I sit up all night sick with dread about the idea. But the data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. And A16's base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there were an issue, we would have caught it by now. And it would have been axed a long time ago. How many A16s are out there anyway? Just past 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data? Yeah, practically got the spreadsheet smeared out into my retina. What do you want to know? Error reports. What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues? Error counts are marked lowly compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, looks like. Batteries running out too quickly. Eye tracking off by a degree or two. Typical stuff. As cliche as it sounds, 9% of these things get fixed once they turn auto updates back on. So, no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like? They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both. And since the A16 in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside population centers. They can do the rural hard labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance. So, where has the A16 outperformed them? Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, you know, adult industries. Oh. Sorry, didn't mean to be blunt. I just... Yeah, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee. There's a lot of people at the company who wouldn't talk about it. But I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening. You know. Damages? What we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair? Oh. Very high turnover in the pink market. Hasn't stopped you from selling to them. Well, we don't sell them to them. Not directly. But there are resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them. The resellers? I thought I read that right to repair got shut down again. There's been a gray market for softer androids for years, or decades, depending on your definition of android. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was really a blip on the radar. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic. Huh? Me? Me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on the inside out. Damn. I'm wondering about that myself. He bought that? You know, to be fair, I do wonder that sometimes, but not very often. It's a fair concern. It's a fair thing to worry about, still. This floor is basically a showroom. But you have a real factory, a while south of the city limits, correct? Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere. He's as dense as I am, damn. Yeah. You sure is, Possum. You sure are quite the dense little lady, aren't you? Got any idea on the shipping out there? Anything stand out? There's some prep work for the holiday bomb, looks like. Might sound early to get started, but we usually see... Huh. Something wrong? No, the numbers are all normal, but the data's been edited. Isn't that unusual? Well, this section's just a count of how many that were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for correction. It's no problem, though. I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird. Was something added? Deleted? No, the overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of swaps. Like here, F9, not 29 FC, 29 FFCE dash 010311 taken out, returned for adjustments. 27 FCDD dash 019634 substituted in shipment, leaves on time. 67 BBTC dash 899543 returned to assembly for revisions, replaced by F7BB TD-592698. Shipment leaves on time. So, does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dogs? Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. To spot individual units imperfections among a shipment at that stage in the process, it must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority. Probably both. Must have been. You don't know who made those changes? I could tell you they were somebody important. Small last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own, and it's a long way away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden, and that means someone didn't want it found. Okay. Thanks for sharing the data. Sure. Did you find what you're looking for? If I know. Fair enough. Shipping data. Logs detailing the shipment information for several thousand different Animate 16 warm androids sold by Noble Electronics over the last few months shows a number of individual models being swapped out before shipping. The data shows signs of being tampered with or at least edited fairly recently. Something only employees at Evan Dawes level or above could do. Now let's look at those tenants of yours. I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. So, how do you square that with what happened to David? There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind, if the dog to the left or the right. Does it matter? I'd say I'm being ready. I'd say I'm being ready. Hi! Welcome! Hi there! Welcome, welcome. What are you up to? Welcome in, great! Welcome, welcome. How are you? What are you up to? Is it gonna fucking cut out? It is. You are playing Cosmic Star Heroine. I have no idea what that is! But welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'm Suzume. Hope all your nightmares or dreams if you're into that. But why you're into nightmares, it's kind of weird. Hope you had a lovely stream. Welcome. And I am playing a little lovely murder mystery visual novel called Of the Devil. Hope you are having a lovely... I'm just bouncing over the place. Jesus Christmas. And I'm playing a little murder mystery visual novel called Of the Devil. It's very sassy, very fun. I'm enjoying it. It's episode 1. I've been I'm hella far into it. But yeah, welcome in. How are you doing? We have a lovely stream. If you need to go and raid and run, feel free to do that. And yeah, I'll just be gaming, enjoying this lovely girl boss who is very evil and hot. I'd say the dog is on the right of the cat, and the cat is on the left. You might expect half of people to say left, half to say right. But actually, their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Whether it's right to left or left to right. Did I just fall into a statistic? Did I just manage to fall into a fucking statistic? God damn it. The language they speak affects how they process information. Their language affects how they think. It's a cool JRPG style game in a sci-fi setting. Alright, thanks for the alert. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Thanks again for the raid. And it's the same for machines. People can learn new languages and can change their perspective. Machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. Yeah. Unnecessarily cruel. Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in? I'd like you to take a look at this. Damage is a little outside my purview. What is this? A compound found in David Ash's blood. The poison? What is it? It doesn't match anything in our data. In a database the medical examiner had access to. That's crazy. Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks. We, don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish. No, but it's a factory. It's a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You still have hazardous materials around. You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly... What is it? It doesn't make any sense, but... It's a match for patent node 52345-S. A synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. Serotonin. That explains a lot. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system in David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it was a preset in his personal manufacture. Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. So they think that was what killed him? Helen Jung led the development of serotonin, didn't she? Yeah, she did. I should go and ask her about it, its components, and then composition then. Normally, someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago. But she does have a reputation of being very detail-oriented. That works out nicely then. They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 50-minute stand-up. I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft. Aren't they? I'm kidding! But you should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening. Good thing we've got privacy in our office. Uh-huh. No one but the two of us listening in. Thank you for cooperating, Dawes. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know. You were helpful. Yeah, nice joke. You are joking, right? Actually, there is one more thing I want to ask you. What's that? How long have you been a corporate spy? What? Yesterday, you let it slip that you were working in consulting. Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry. I was a consultant. What are you talking about? When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now, you called serotonin a poison. What? I just assumed if a chemical was found in a dead man, and I'm sure you've got practice answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people? You're cool and people don't know what you're thinking. If you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. Thought it's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in counseling, consulting, 4 quarters of internal affairs, spy hunting, the Western Division, and 8 embedded at Howe Industries. 24 months, wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with a 3D printer shiv under my pillow. My nerves were completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So you're a spy for Noble. Tired. You're working 6 days a week. 5.5 days a week, and in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is cushy, generous rewards for my past services. You can't be that tired. You clearly know more than you're letting on. I have some old inboxes I still check. Can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why, I'm the one investigating David's death, while your old co-workers are off twiddling their thumbs. It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion. Blood. Not oxygens. He's finally shooting straight. Unlike me, who shoots gay at all times. Did something happen then afterwards? Did the transfusion not last? No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier, and he did get injured. But it was on a base, in a training exercise. It was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger. Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker. Not even a good photo op. Which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got ahead of the story, started puffing it up. Astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. By the next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, media's bombarding us with requests for videos or interviews and data. And the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening them to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since. Trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back the claims on without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher. Whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far. But I can tell you, it wasn't done by consultants. Neck deep in consulting. Achievement unlocked. Neck deep in consulting. Episode 1. Uncover the power plays at work under Noble Electronics. Yay! Achievements. I love achievements. They're great. How many am I missing? 6. I wonder if I'm missing some from the prologue. I am missing one from episode 0. Okay. Okay, that's fair. I'll go back to that later. That should be easy to do. That's all you want to know? You worked in CCE. Let's see if it actually seeing a psychiatrist. Or is it all cloak and daggers? Bullshit. I know that office. I know some old coworkers who see them. So it's a friend? They do both. So he was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for. Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I was expecting was... You okay? That's all. Unless you've got any advice. You're saying you want a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right? This company. All these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well, that's just business as usual for me. She is so cool. She is so fucking cool and hot. We love Morgan. I want a Morgan plush right now. I want Morgan merch right now. Serotonin, a substance found in David Asher's bloodstream. Many similarities as typical makeup of a depression drug. Used by Noble to pharmaceutical protection industry. The neurotransmitter are a key ingredient in every warm android by manufacturers. I want all of the double merch. Go sign their petition. Go sign their Google form. Give me a second. Let me grab it. Go sign their Google form. Where is it? I need to go look for it real quick. Where is it? This is important. No, 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 no. Each plate on the middle. No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Where is it? Where is that Google form? This is totally important right now. It's important right now. I hired this android to distract you. Where is it? This is so important to me. I need merch of it right now. I need merch of this game right now. I want acrylic charms. I want pillow plushie. I want a little plushie of Morgan and Sarah. I want it all. I want all of the merch. I want everything. I love my visual novels. They're great. Where's the Google form? That's my... Nope, that's not it. Where is it? I saw it a few days ago. Like a week ago. Where is it? This is so important to me. I'm not gonna find it, am I? I'm not gonna fucking find it. I'm not gonna find it. I'm sad. I'm sad. It's so important to me. Free her. Yeah, I'm gonna find it, am I? No, I can't find it. I'm sad. I'm sad. It's so important to me. I want this thing to be real. I want these phone charms to be real. Look at these little phone charms. They're so dumb. They're so strunkly. I want them. Oh, I can't get Sarah. I'm too broke. I want these little guys. I want them. Also, it's Emma. Emma, deep in thought. Sure. Sure you are, Emma. Sure. Whatever you sleep at night. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Emma. You're totally deep in thought right now. Anyways. Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We've had to use guesses and process elimination, even a goddamn pseudonym. But I finally identified what the poison was. Now we just need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator. Another shaft. Which under or above ground. Or somewhere under or above ground. With kilometers of concrete, facelessness, and bureaucrat authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle, in every office, of every floor of this temple. Built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. Back in the belly of the beast. And yet I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now I know Noble is my enemy. You know where to aim. What's left to do is pull the trigger. Am I right? Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun. And that sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm. This much bloatware. But just by carrying it around and pay attention to when the hard safety flips on. I'll always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity. Hi, Detective. Right. It's Morgan. Happened to get your contact info when you got me cleared by the crime scenes yesterday. Delete contact! Block this contact! Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text? Just want to check in. Report this contact voice to text disable. And advise you that Noble's scared shitless of your stomping and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Block this contact. What makes you think we are at Noble? Also, Morgan nicknamed her Chuckles in her contact list. And I love that. I love that for her. My bad then. Or can I say anything? Hi, Uncle Kimmy. How are you doing? Kimmy. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program. Trying reverse psychology only works if I care what you think. Stop voice text. About time that I have to ride the elevator for the next half hour. Thank you for hiding, Akimi. Water. Morgan, counselor. Your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Deja vu. I've been this place before. Heard the streets. Might you have a moment to speak in private? Always. But who's asking? The board. What are the chances? I've been wanting to speak to them too. How delightful. 1:40 p.m. June 2nd, 2086. Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ. Conference room 108-A. I'm Anthony Markin. Helen John. Thank you for making... Oh, wrong accent. Thank you for making time in your schedule. Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes, professional, dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, a full set. Her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine. Just a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate. Never be the first one to show. Pissing contest and nonsense. It doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? I think we should play nice. For now. Pardon me, in that case. 1,000 apologies, you voyeuristic rat-racing hollowheads, but I'm immune to your corporate posturing. If anything, knowing that you're all watching me right now, pretending to be busy with something else, just makes your cowardice that much more apparent. So who exactly will be joining us? You won't have time to remember your names. It's not time to remember their names, and it won't do you much good either. Right. So they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich. The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind that for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status. I don't want that. I want the Mob Act. Mob Act. The Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act is a law passed in 2059 and amended in 2061, intended to protect the safety of individuals with income above the 99th percentile of the nation. Labeled in the press as the Mob Act for its supposed goal of hindering mob justice, the PPAA establishes procedures and funding for technology that helps individuals with that particularly tax bracket keep their name, face, and address off the main net, ensuring that they and just their families They and their families are not prejudiced against just because of their financial status. Economic uncertainty and civil unrest in the late 2050s led to a series of highly publicized crimes wherein corporate executives at a number of high-profile companies were stalked, harassed, and assaulted in net organized flash lynching. After a particular chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalization of a 14-year-old, the PPAA was proposed, debated, and signed into law in just under 11 hours. Wow, that's fast. A flash lynching case has not gone to trial since 2062. But the PPAA continues to protect citizens to this day. Some economists have pointed to the PPAA and its promise of anonymity as to why the nation has enjoyed a relative resurgence in corporate immigration over the last few decades. But the purposefully obscure nature of the laws implemented the nation have made the task of weighing its true economic impact effectively impossible. Interesting. Spoken like a true believer. Except mob act is what normal people call it. Touting the party line, but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion, or just a slip of the tongue. I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. But it must be getting pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them. Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided. Sounds like a great environment to do business in. Look at the building. Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. But if it works, didn't take you for the might makes right type. And I didn't take you for a clueless bore incapable of reaching the room. I'm sorry, did I say something off color? I was just being casual since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy. Clear the air. You had to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that David Asher had been building an android in his private property. And I can say here as now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected he was working to undermine the tenant framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a certain scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth? Or is that your statement as VP of Android Futures? It's both. It is both, of course. David Asher was always more than happy to hold himself up and work independently. We both know that. True. You could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches. Him disappearing on you like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry. You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin? A friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident? No. No, okay. Thank you for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered of having you all show up here. I didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Because you want me to go away. At least, half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decision, its visions for the direction of the company. The board of directors is just 13 ruling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know that kind of person, how that kind of person thinks. The way I see it is there are two possible outcomes. The option one, you oppose me. Shut me out completely. Stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into trial so prepared and ill-informed that I never lose. Obviously, I don't like this option. But you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had and every lawyer you've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand strapping young 60-year-old junior senior looking to make a name for themselves will use your company balance sheets as their personal chew toy. The company is more than capable of, after which the state still might just gobble you whole and throw down enough sanctions to deperson whomever among you cries, "Not fair." The company and its allies at the capital can more than fend for themselves. Yes, probably. But not definitely. Which makes it a gamble. So much to talk? Then on option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, and to win at trial. Prove that David Asher wasn't killed by an android. When the market opens up tomorrow morning, you all get another round of stock buybacks and on the initial dip. Then pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't ever have to worry about him speaking out of turn. That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by, and the state defends you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Yeah. It's a gamble. If I... Whoopsies. I always do that. I always press the try to change the expression, but it's a fucking control shift thing. It's a skip thing. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. Right? So, we're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends, so how about this? Option 3. Hedge your bets. What? Put a little black, put a little red. Spread the love and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media of the states got your windpipe in advance. Wait until just before the market opens Monday morning and send out your PR packages for rubber stamping. After you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. So, just don't shut me out completely for the few hours. And does anyone second that motion? Let me try to pass out and hydrate. And hydrate. Very well. I can answer some of your questions, Counselor. Better make them count then. No reason to be shy now. The poison that killed David Asher has been identified as serotonin. You're familiar? It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall. You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed? But intellectual property law can be very complex, Counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company can tell you about serotonin at this time. Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you? Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me. I understand. That sounds like bullshit and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. That's not possible. Care to elaborate? I'm sorry, but I can't say any more than this at this time. So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court, then we'll ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford had already called you to testify. It's called me to testify. Already? Damn it. I got caught because the cops' late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left investigating for later. Hell. Knowing her, she probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to bed last night. And so we are still having this conversation then. As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake. Corporate speak for you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. She's just trying to shield the company. Plain and simple. LARPing, as Helen Jung is dark, on a crusade against government overreach. Hey yo, John Dark mentioned? Helen Jung Dark? I get it now. It's a fucking dumbass joke. Funny. I get it. It's a pun. Cause Jung sounds like Jean. Jean d'Arc. Oh, funny. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right. This is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this. Not unless she was forced to. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her. Perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. Has David's will been located? It had never gone anywhere. It's still in the safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all unknown surrounding his death have been made into knowns. So David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. It might not be for weeks at this rate. Is that calculated then? I don't think it's jealousy if she was enforced here. I just think Sarah is the right play here. Whatever else the court ends up labeling her, Sarah is a remarkably lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl. Or A17. Or 18. Could have driven a lot of sales. Her cute little pelt stretched across the sides of the skyscraper. A hypothetical of a hypothetical. As has been made tragically obvious to all of us that Android is nothing like the A16. That it may yet be associated with our products going forward is nothing more than a massive liability. Yet you wouldn't have the A16 without her. And if they could take her apart and learn from her, they could have the world. So was the motive to try to pry Sarah away from him? Are you dragging your feet? Afraid that there's something in there that you'd rather not have see the light of day? We are not jealous in-laws who've been bribing the county sheriff, counselor. I fucking knew it, damn it. I had a feeling it was risky. Anything we try to claim would inevitably be overturned as soon as the will is read. Surely you understand that, counselor. Of course. Sarah's worth a lot of money, in part because her creator isn't around to replicate her. Were you all hoping to take her by force and reverse engineer her once David was out of the way? Don't be absurd. The machine is nothing but lawsuits and congressional hearings and PR nightmares waiting to happen. He doesn't need her, no matter how advanced she is. We need steady growth, increased market share. Especially with Sarah was brute. With brute, bloody force does seem absurd when she puts it that way. I have to admit, I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up today, Miss Joan. I'm processing. After all, you and David have a history. You started all the same time, didn't you? Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another. Ugh, I'm so dumb. I knew those weren't gonna work, but I didn't think jealousy was gonna work either way. So I guess it's right then. To be so modest, you helped him create the 1-point doctrine that saved the company. That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contribution of any single individual. I suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortune overnight. Except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The great Noble chose for the advertisements on the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. I just hope his 1-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone. Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that. No. She didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over there. I just didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David, or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standings inside Noble as a whole. David Asher was, and always will be, an outstanding contributor of the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that. Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations. That would, of course, be a tragic element that could call for consideration of his legacy. She was almost off guard there. At least she was surprised for me to be asking about Sarah ruining her reputation. Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he? That's... Unless I'm mistaken and he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard. That is not... There's something buzzing in your ear. Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now or at the trial, or on your feed tomorrow. Dr. David Asher was being sued by the company for a breach of contract. Was fired. Now we're talking. Well then, I suppose that's... Blackjack. I must have a little there, but it's fine. So, you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier? Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. But there is no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough. There's a paper trail? Much more than that. We'd been making moves to let him go for some time. Noble Electronics, parting ways with David Asher. Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do? He betrayed the confidence of the board. Was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me? Until recently, yes. Until he died? How recently? We spoke on Friday. That was what you two talked about in this parlor? No, this was early in the day. Okay, I'm gonna get some tea real quick. My throat is a little scratchy, but I'm gonna see if I can get some tea to help that. Back in a minute. Return with some tea. I actually don't know what kind of tea this is, actually. I don't know what kind of tea I just grabbed. I didn't check. I've acquired tea of some sort. I don't know what kind of tea this is. Is that a company? What is this? What did I grab? What kind of tea did I grab? Doesn't smell like green. I grabbed milk thistle tea. Huh. Well, it shrugs. Well, didn't smell like much. Not yet, at least. Okay, I think I'm smelling a bit of it now. Okay, interesting. Milk thistle? William, what do you mean, William? Really? Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Unintentional William mention. Why does it... I think I'm... Am I? I'm not. Weird. Sorry. Just sort of confusingly thinks I'm still in a VC, but I'm not. Oh well, not my problem, I guess. Anyways, this is boiling. I should wait before I take a sip of this. It's boiling still. There's probably lukewarm water in there. Just to dilute the heat. Anyway, we'll get to that in a minute. We'll try we'll try this milk thistle tea in a minute. I didn't find any green tea yet. I didn't find any green tea in the cabinet, but I might have missed it. If there was any, I'll look again later. Until then. No. This was early in the day. We were in this room, actually. Him, me, and the several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration. And did you come to an agreement? A compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalties and any products we would develop after the 24 months. Next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited in all past, present, and future filings. How reasonable. Very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is insanity. Reasonable, yes, but we ended on a good note. What do you think? We shook hands, and even took a photo. For some reason. Why did you take a... Huh? You shook hands and took a... Why? Yeah, that looks... Huh. He looks nervous. Obviously, he's getting fired soon. She looks very happy. And drinking from whiskey glasses. This tea tastes horrid. I'm not a fan of this tea. It's just bizarre. I was expecting green tea. I thought we had green. I was hoping for green tea. This is not green tea. It tastes not like green tea, because it's not green tea. But it's not what I was expecting. It's bizarre. Also, the bag is like a quarter filled. Not even. Actually, yes, I know it. The tea bag is like a quarter filled with with things in it, which is fine. It's just bizarre to look at. A quarter filled tea bag. Why? Sorry, I'm critiquing the fucking tea bag. The tea I'm drinking. It's bizarre, I know, but I'm doing it nonetheless. Lovely. Something funny. Didn't know the board told jokes. They don't. That was legal. Expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Children! It was just one night of overtime. You know, normally one would identify the tea before they start steeping it. You know, I just assumed we would have green tea. Usually we had green tea in cupboards. You know, as we're Asian. I didn't see it. Look, I just saw a box, so okay, this is probably green tea. Grabs it, puts it in, does not look at it. I did check if it was expired first, because that's important. It's not. It expires in 3 years. We're fine. So, while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished? Wait. What were they toasting to then? Did they tell us what they were toasting to? Not that one. Where's the whiskey bottle? Here's the whiskey. Gnome brand, no. Isaac's call. David's witness testimony. Left retrieve liquor. Upon returning, they were left lost. EMT, no. Junk story. Whiskey spill. This is still bizarre to me. This still is weird. Why was the salt shaker knocked over? And why was the lid loose enough for it to happen? That's what I'm wondering about right now as well. That's an important thing to figure out. Where are the cups as well? Junk's cup. Plastic small amount of whiskey left in it, found upright on table. Saliva, fingerprints, junk contains no traces of foreign elements. Oh well. Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But David Asher did not want to retire. Arbitrary. Arbitration. David Asher met with Helen Young, and a team of noble lawyers to set the terms of his resignation the afternoon before he died. Jung set up the meeting and controlled every aspect from the refreshments to the timing, in line with co-workers' description of her detail-oriented personality. What were you drinking then? What were you drinking then, I wonder? He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one who... when he had contributed so much. They're tracking. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked. We reminisced. When he brought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting it to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI. That AI. Any idea how it came to be? As I said, I had no idea he was working on it. My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenants? It's quite beyond my... It is quite beyond my area of expertise. That no one at the company could call themselves an expert on illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax wane decaying priority loop, which, as I understand, is an unstable, resource-intensive theoretical method of pseudo-randomizing the weight of amongst preset tenants. Well, about as far off target as it gets with that, yes. But that kind of inelegant, brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I should have taken up us over our allotted time slot. But I didn't even get to wave goodbye. You're serious about this trial? Don't I look it? You're not just making a play. You're actually going to defend that thing. I'm just defending myself, Miss Young. Oh, yes. Of course you are. My mistake. I hoped you might be rooting for me. To tell you the truth, I may yet save everyone's stock options. The stock options will be alright either way. They always are. That gamble I offered you. That gamble I offered your board. Which outcome would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. It's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. The spark of his genius remained buried in the inspired Animate 19. I guess that depends on... You were exactly right. He is more valuable than Noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line, or put their foot in their mouth, or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To be a good spokesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long day. Week for me. I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Jung. No one calls me doctor. I asked them not to. You didn't want the title? At times I have thought very little on the PhD I earned from Noble-owned school. Biochemistry. It could have been a very large department of Noble before they started work on warm androids in earnest. They probably didn't have any expectations for the program back when she was a part of it. But I was proud of it when I first got it. Something changed? It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people to not use it. Every high IQ social power play. You understand? David never insisted that people use it either. It's very different, I think. And I think you know it. David Asher didn't have to. "2:50 p.m. June 2nd, 2086. I'm going to this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. So, let's be careful. I'm beginning for a picture of what actually happened. Maybe even circling the drain on a suspect. Are we though? I'm not quite sure I have any suspects circled. But that's just me, and my idiocy. I can be quite dumb sometimes. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, I'll flip her sadistic switch, and she'll want to keep playing. So you got charged with owning an AI? So if you're charged with owning AI, first thing you do, first time you do something exciting in your whole life, and you gotta find out through the fucking grapevine. My life is plenty exciting. Freckles. You could bore the polish off a resume checking robot. I fucked Catholic school teachers with more active night lives than you. Damn. Okay. So, who'd you up in? Anyone you know? Anyone I know? Oh shit. Are you representing yourself? Fits within my budget? Screw your budget! You're going to jail! Yeah, I don't have what voice to give her anymore. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I give an old lady voice. She's kind of a hag. She's a witch. It ain't a matter of how good a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents themselves in court has a fool for counsel. You represented yourself countless times. Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't even been dead for 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes. The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously. It's more dangerous than that. They're scared. Is there precedent? And committing murder? How did you pass law school without learning how to look this stuff up? I know what the net says. I'm asking you. The answer to that is... not helpful to you at the moment. Blech. So, what words of advice do you have? Get yourself a new lawyer. I'm gonna close this chat now. Don't lose, Freckles. You don't need to tell me that. What are you reading, Adonai? I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by spam texts. That won't be found inside the panic room. It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you? Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? You comfortable? I am not. Ever since that old movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper, they bring it to the city, and I understand the analogy, Adonai. I wish you could call it overkill. But considering the specs Sarah put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what the machine read. If that was all a smokescreen David added to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... If your joints aren't currently locked and tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place? I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy. This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical. I would estimate that the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reach that door. 9's not so bad. I would not be able to function after the 7th. Ah. Well, if you haven't been planning some great escape. I would not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial. I remember. So what have you been doing all day then? I'm attempting to recover memories from Friday. You can do that? It is not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer. Despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful. That's a lot of codes. Even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happens that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it. Yes. But even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day that Father and I... Any luck so far then? I can recall a slightly musky smell. Wow. Case closed. What are you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings? Something like that. This tea is abysmal. Jung insisted that serotonin isn't what killed David. This reminds me of the fucking lemongrass tea I had at one point in a pho place. It was not very strong. Lemongrass tea is not very strong tasting. And this is also not very strong tasting. And it is strong tasting. I don't really feel it. I don't really taste the tea. I also need to check if there's any caffeine in this. I should have done that. I should have known a lot of things more about this tea. Checking the tea. But I didn't. Oh well. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died. So she is lying. And if she repeats that lie on the stand, I need to expose it. Somehow. Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patents? She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be. But you believe that she had something to do with Father's death? What do you think? I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father. Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed in his journal, I can think of... But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. She says to the murderer, the serial murderer, that is. Do you? Those toiling for 3. That was 4 chimes, though. Means the doors in the courtroom are unlocked. Let's... Wait. Can you mark that? For thee, not 3. I can't read. That makes sense. For thee. That makes a bit more sense. But also, it is almost 3 in the game, I think. Right? I'm pretty sure it's also almost 3 in the... It also is right 3 o'clock in the game now. So, like... So, like, I'm not wrong in theory. Last one it says it said 250, right? So, like, it technically is 3. This clock also says it's 3. That says, yeah, it says it's 3. So, like, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. It did say V, but still, I'm not wrong. What do I have to do? Wait a second. Across the hall, that's... Porter Robinson? Porter Robinson? I'm joking. I'm sorry, I had to. I've had that joke in my brain for like the past while since I saw Porter. The music guy. Porter. The pink-coated music guy. Keep waddling, Sarah. I'll catch up. As you say, Adonai. Pauta. This will be a coin toss. Really that surprised to see me? I'm not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you'd want to talk to me. You're defending the android, right? I see no point lying to him. Yeah. I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she'd kill David. Do you? I don't think it matters. No one will kill David. Whether it's with a pen stroke or a sleeper agent, killer android or plain old goddamn arsenic. They... How could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign this soul over to them? David may have been over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I read his contract. His position was strong. You're the lawyer. But a guy like me, working in music, can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. You really think you're getting a good deal? It's only cause you don't know how much you just sold. How much you just sold? David's real worth lies in his intellectual property, with the potential energy of it hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even 1% of the companies, taking inspiration from his Turing solution. There's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over his patents afterwards. Yeah, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that. Force majeure. Womp. In shall we go? (3:29 p.m. June 2nd, 2086. Wouldn't think of it now. I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Anthony? A few things. Yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of, so long as they kept him around. And he'd retain control of his patents even after being let go. Lord Porter said. Logically, if David were to pass, while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was going to leave in a year, it would be very foolish of them to let Father go. Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With this contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses. Corporate malfeasance, ruining trade secrets, fraud. Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time. Fraud just means lying to the company about something, Sarah. Update the contract. The ownership wouldn't be terminated. Couldn't be terminated without serious cause. Serious cause includes only fraud or worse. Fraud offenses manipulating the company data. Manipulating the company data. Does that line up though? It doesn't go into detail about the negotiations though, sadly. But I do remember a bit of it. Maybe. Oh! Eyes up. Showtime. Counselor Morgan. The state charges you with possession of contraband. Contraband? That'd be you. In violation to the Safeguarding National Digital Security Act, How do you plead? Not guilty. Very well. It seems that we are, in fact, doing this. I'll now turn over to the administration of this trial to the adjutant. But be warned, any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue are to threaten and override the trial itself. Summary judgment. Sign with the people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honor. Are we going to have the same adjutant as we had before? No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess are especially are. Glad to be back. Didn't you miss me? Not gonna say anything. I'll just go crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements. Ahem. The defendant is the owner of the android registered under the model name Sarah, with license number 12029280. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is determining whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, and the last known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android was responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I'll prove here in court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher. Not through an accident or mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentence, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask the court judge this creation on what we prove to be more than capable of. Patricide. Wuff. Wouldn't you want to have to follow that act? Want to have to follow that act? I'd go for it anyway, defense. Your Honor, what the DA said is true. What should I say? Did she just admit it? Sorry. Just the first part. This android is charming, and it is the work of a great man. The rest of it was pure speculation, based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new. Well, it starts. I know. I'm only the best lawyer. Don't worry. I do own the android you see here. Morgan opens up with, hell yeah, she's guilty of being a charming little baby. Of being a little small bean. Who I love. Anyways, I do own this android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in this courtroom as the father of the modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. Guilty not blinking, you say? It's funny you say that. Give me a fucking second as I go look for the thing I'm looking for. Where is it? I found it. I found it a bit ago. I will find it real quick. This is very important. In the meantime. Link, motherfucker! Link, motherfucker! I love the art. Love the art made by Cerulean Kit Kats on Blue Sky. Look at this lovely art made by Cerulean Kit Kat on Blue Sky. It's great! I love it. Link, motherfucker! I hope this one works. Please? Oh, god damn it. God damn it, give me a second. I gotta do this the funky way. Here. Anyways, not that we're done with that funny meme detour. I love the I love the memes, and I love memes. I love memes. Memes are great. Memes are fucking amazing. But I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah is an android. Nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections. Nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work. When it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death. Is she serious? Is she talking about Noble? The people can't prove that Sarah's an AI. And, truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Chills. Chills. You sounded very confident, Alternate. Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest. You could have simply said thank you. The court is now in session. Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London. In light of the new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time. What happened Friday night? At 6:30 p.m., David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover, and the two of them broke things off. Lover? That's an accurate description of the relationship, isn't it? Why would it know? That stuff's private. Alternate. Land of the deceased met with Noble VP. Land of the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Jones in his parlor, starting around 7:30 p.m. He then left the parlor and the sight line of his home security system before reappearing in his private secondary security system in his basement moments later. At which point the android Sarah can be seen handing in the poison he'd go on to drink. And do you see that android in this courtroom? Yeah? She's the green-haired one that's frowning at me. She's frowning at me right now. You hired her to stare at me. You hired this android to stare at me. I let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime. No objections? Yeah? Nothing. Then why'd I even show up? Detective London, what happened next? Asher went upstairs and tried to drink Miss Jung. Well, within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his manufacturer, which Sarah had access to, just up the stairs in his workshop. So Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handled Dr. Asher's cup immediately before he did. Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor? I'll rephrase. For fuck's sake. God damn you, you're so meticulous. It's almost like it's your job. How dare you do your job? Was anyone ever seen handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died? No. Not seen, at least. I have no further questions. So what's your witness, counselor? It's not your witness, counselor. He wasn't lying, per se. But there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Truth's gotta come out one minute or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. Talk screen. Missing footage. Whiskey. At 7:30 p.m., Dr. Asher and the porter broke up over the phone. At 7:30, Helen and Jung arrived. They spoke briefly, and then he went downstairs to get drinks for them. Cameras in the basement showed Sarah handing him the cup with the whiskey. So after he came back to the parlor and started drinking, it wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died. Drinking poison whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. No, if that's a good way or a bad way to go out. I had a slight slip up in there. Could go nowhere, but at this stage, I had to pick up every loose thread I can. If I'm assuming it's the whiskey and bottle, the cups, the whiskey and cups. First, she only gave the cups. The day after, overall home alone, spoke briefly, went downstairs. Cameron downstairs, Sarah handed him cup and the whiskey. What a bet. Ah! Check that footage again, Detective London. Will you see Sarah handing the victim a cup? He had already retrieved the whiskey himself. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Detective London just wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little, since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned. Weird flex, but okay. And that undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave. True. She did call to take it back. And handed him a cup of poison. Footage recovered from the camera. David Asher's here. They handed David the red plastic cups that he and Jung drink from. The blender just wasn't specific enough for her. It mattered very little since David's cup went off the whiskey bottle. An undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave. And Sarah called... True, Sarah did call David back. Hand him a cup of poison? Ooh, this is the okay. This is the difficult part, cause I think I'm supposed to raise here, right? But I'll lose 8. It's a really risky raise. Does that make sense? Oh god, this is difficult. This is annoying a difficult part. If the cup was already poisoned, do you think David would have noticed it wasn't empty? Well, not necessarily. The lethal dose would have been quite small. If it were just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong. When she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup. Is that all she had to? Is that all she needed to do? Where is the drug? Products. Key ingredient, every warm android they manufactured. It's found. David Iris made a droplet. How much did we learned how much it would take, right? It's not written down here though, it's a problem. I want to know. What's the only item probably identified in this scene? CE, starting terminal, whiskey, some conscious water bottle, water glass. Why is there water in the sink as well? It's interesting. But that's not what she did, though. She didn't just wait, she did other things after. How would she know whose cup is whose? I'm gonna raise. I'm gonna risk a raise here. Fuck. Not a great plan, if that really was Sarah's move. Never mind, we're good. She gave him 2 cups. How could she have known which cup David would drink from? I was right! Okay, my line thing was correct. Good, okay, we're good. We're on the right track here. There are a few ways to go about it. But it's only 50-50 shot. Counselor, stranger... Counselor... Stranger things have happened. Stranger things? Is there a difference in their cups? Is there a difference in their cups? Small amount of whiskey left. It was found upright. Dining room table. Scene of crime. It was containing no traces of foreign elements. No foreign elements on that cup. And only the weird... Analyze shows matches with fingerprints and saliva, but toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk. He was drinking from before he died. Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups. It's not a bluff. So I handed the cups to him in one stack, with the poison hidden on the bottom cup. She knew David was courteous, and David would pour for his guests first. So he wouldn't even look into the poison cup until he was already pouring. Cold-blooded patricide. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Patricide executed by taking calculated advantage of Dr. Asher's kindness. Damn. She was luring me with those easy answers. I shouldn't fall for it. Fuck, I did fall for it. It was a stack. Shit. Now, are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Are you done already? I was just about to get started. Fuck. Okay, that's fine. God damn it. God damn it. I guess that makes sense. I fell for a trap. Shit. Even if I didn't have questions, I'd make some up. Just to spite you at this point. But I can do better than that. Now, what can I get London to say that would help my case? Ad involved crimes. They're on the footage. I don't think this is gonna help me. Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the city's police have investigated in the last year? Not the exact number. Thousands, no? Yeah, around there. And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be fault of automated independence? I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years. Well, 6 of them instances of police license ad involved brutality. Relevance, Your Honor. Mr. On. I have a question. I make some up at this point. I could do better than that. How can I get London to the things that help my case? I assume the tenants and the police. But do you know what the tenants are in London? That's what I'm worried about. Well, we are gambling. Detective London, is there capacity as assistants to the police force and androids ever? In their capacity as assistants to the police force and are androids ever asked to put acts of violence? Yeah, I guess so. They can push people, restrain them, harm them. And does that contradict? And does that constitute to a violence, a violation of their tenets? Harming the people they're supposed to protect? Well, as I understand it, there might be some complex weight and math that goes on in, but no, it's not breaking any tenants. For that to be the case, they'd have to have tenant 1, right? May not injure or through inaction lead to the blah blah blah. Yes, I suppose that would have to be the case, wouldn't it? Are you asking me? Fuck. This is far outside his experience. I fucking knew it. Asking these kinds of technical questions accomplishes nothing other than asking us both, victim and to the jury. Okay, so I guess it was there in the footage. Detective, and in the footage we just saw, could you see what Sarah was doing? Oh, exactly, no. Her back was to the camera and her hands were obscure. Could you see her hands from any other clips of the camera footage retrieved from the basement? No. Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything into the Rash's cup? No. No. The footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened. That doesn't help me. I want to stay for a minute. This doesn't help me. I'm gonna try for this. It's probably very wrong. Because we lost the memory. So, what? We conveniently lost the footage. That's not gonna help me. We conveniently lost the footage. So I guess I asked how many tenants protect humans. As much as I don't like that question. I guess that's the answer. As an aside, detective, do you know how many tenants are recognized in this country? 110? 112 as of this year. Couldn't you have given me that one? And do you know how many of these tenants pertain to protecting humans from harm? Well, that one I do know. 41. And lastly, detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break their tenants? 5 times the agreed upon number. So if you were to tally that up and try to make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting citizens, overall, you would say that the automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public? The witness is not an expert on automated dependents, Your Honor. He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor. What the heck? Let him answer. I would have to say that they're not dangerous. Normally that would have brought me some doubt with the jury. But this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Alright, it just seems like this is as close as I'm gonna get to blackjack. I believe I've made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. And we can move to the next item on the docket. Looks like Emmett wants to introduce some new evidence. I call Sarah to the stand. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Okay, I'm gonna dehydrate real quick and maybe get some more tea. Maybe some different tea. I'll be back in a minute. just check something real quick. Okay, we're good. Just check something. All right. I found more tea bags. I found a different tea bag. I found Yonpur tea. This is a much richer color and a more familiar taste. Ooh, yes, this is a lot. It's a lot better in taste. Yay! Other tea. Yonpur tea. I need to check if this was expired or not. Whatever. Okay. This found if this one's expired or not. Fuck it. I call Sarah to the stand. The android? Can she even do that? Approach, Your Honor. Oh, you're approaching me? I believe it's me they want to speak with. I'm going to finish my line. I need to finish my line. Now then. What the hell are you doing, Rockbird? You took the words right out of my mouth. I have questions for the android. This seems like the best way to get answers. Also, this is a really good photo. This is really a funky photo. I'm gonna grab this real quick for myself. Funky. Silly. Oh, and I crashed something. Okay, don't press the print screen button apparently, because that just fucked everything up. I'll just do Windows Alt print screen. The old-fashioned way then. The old-fashioned way, the funky, funny way. Windowed 16 by 9. 16 by 900. Where is it? Gotta do. This one still. This one. Then I go back to the other one. I'm on. No, I'm on. This is the right one. I'm on 6 yards. Check anything other windows. Just that one. We're good. Okay. It smells a lot. Strong smell in this tea. Huh. I just can't win at anything. I can't stop fucking losing at anything. That tea expired. The tea was expired. Anyways, back to the game. Now that I'm done fucking with key problems, apparently. Ugh. I can't fucking win anything. I'm doomed to be failing. You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person. There's plenty of precedence for it. Ads provide testimony all the time. Not when they're on trial. Sarah isn't on trial. You are. You are! Sarah's accused of being AI. That means you don't trust a word out of its mouth. If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing their testimony. Why the ambush? Why'd you list this as an... Why'd you list this as entering evidence? DA Rockford. Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seems like the best worst descriptor. You know, I can't make an android swear on oath. Rockford is just trying to spoil your opinion. Just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as a human. And the weaker my case becomes in your eyes. Nice try, counselor. We don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call a mistrial if you want, but the state will have turned Sarah to slag before you even finish signing your motion. Robert's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile in her case. If the witness is hostile, so be it. It did kill a man after all. Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination? Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now? Androids don't have rights. Damn it, that's... The android will take the stand. Your Honor. I've made my decision. And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge it with attempts of court? If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does. And if it disobeys you, it will have our answers about its sentence right then and there. Yes, Your Honor. Wait a second. No. Important emails? Messages. Ah. Okay, sorry. We're good. We're good. I'm good. Oh. Get that out of here. Get that crumb out of here. Get that crumb out of me. Sorry. Shit. What's going on? The DA is going to question you on the stand. What? But I shouldn't. Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth. But be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no. So only, if you can. Being would using affirmative and negative be lying? Do you think? I think so. But Anjane, if I make a mistake, all these people, they want to destroy me. If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand? Yes. Good. You are the android identified as Sarah, correct? Yeah. Affirmative. God damn it! I love you. I fucking love you. I love her so much. I want to squeeze her like I squeeze Nemo. Dude, deny that this camera footage shows you handling the poisoned cup. Objection. It remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitely poisoned. Yes, Sarah, do you deny handing the cup to David Asher? Negative? I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it. Do you have any reasoning or excuse for your actions? For failing to notify police of crucial information? I don't have any records of that from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone. Very well, counselor. The journal, if you will. This could be a slaughter. Of course. Do you recognize this item? It's a journal that belonged to Dr. David Asher. Sorry, I'm messaging someone. I have seen him write in it on many occasions. And have you any knowledge of its contents? Negative. You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage. I see myself reading the journal in the basement. This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Asher died. That is logical. I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. My cursor's on her eye. Whoopsies, that's very awkward. Can you do that? Of course. Page 239. The 10th line. Sarah is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today, she... Continue, please. Today, she broke every password I have in the house. Said she was curious. Give me a minute. I can't expect to keep things from her forever. Page 251, line 12. I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't... Page 260... Page 263. Damn it. If this keeps up, Sarah's gonna fall to pieces up there. Well... Hold on, Badgering, Your Honor. Badgering what witness, Counselor? I'm just making the android do some simple tasks. Damn it. I can't raise an objection when Sarah's got no legal status for me to defend. Page 253, I said. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped Asian alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras... That was... Page 267. Yeah, no, this is dirty. Sarah scared me today. If she starts bawling on the stand, it's all over. Your Honor, I fail to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was wary of highly experimental android he's building, and any good scientist would be. That's been established. Do the people have a counter-argument? I have just one last question, if it pleases the court. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. This footage was captured in the basement on Friday at around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see. I see myself standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera, and I... Give me a second, I am going to... Wait a second, this is, important stuff. Fuck. I should put that in all caps, just for ease of reading and copying. So this is important things are happening in the background as I'm typing things for things of importance. Okay, sorry. No, not. And nope. That should be. I'm trying to remember. That's right. I got some instead. That should be good. No misspellings. We're good. There. I'm sorry. Appear agitated, and I stomped my foot. And what happened to the floor after you stomped your foot? A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer, and I walk off camera towards whomever I had been speaking to. Speaking or shouting? Asked and answered. Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment with nonetheless. Your witness, counselor, or evidence if you prefer. Damn. I knew she could cherry pick all the worst passages from the journal. But still. I went down from... I had 95 to begin with, by the way. I had 95 chips. I'm down to 61. Ah, fuck. That one mess up. Those two mess ups are fucking me up so badly. Oh my god. Or was it 4? I hate this so much. If Burroughs wasn't wavering before, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start after only a few lines. Emma went to all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is. Proving that she loved David like a father. Would be playing right into her hand. What do you say, counselor? Got some burning cues for the android dancer? Yes, Your Honor. Just one moment. Emma went for emotion, and the impact was devastating. So all I can do is force on the facts. So let's what's around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, that's... I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah. You... would? From where? From the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. The section of his journal detailing... explains what you were actually doing. Not his early career. That's dumb. And not correct. And let's just describe how he and Helen Jung later entries detail Sarah's early growth and David's feelings towards her. The last entry ends abruptly, dated a few weeks ago. His newfound framework doesn't seem right. I feel like it's how he made Sarah. I assume that's what she was doing with the journal. Reading about... you know... And it's interesting that the recording left for me isn't an evidence note. Which I assume means we're not going to bring it up ever. In theory, as an evidence. Which is fine. Almost. This entry of the journal are all about Sarah. If she reads any more of it, she'll burst into tears. In my case, we won't open flames. Okay, that's not it either. Fuck me in the ass. As if I hate Jesus. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. I am so bad at this. It was early career. It was early career. Fuck. Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble. Relevance? The people will see in just one moment that the story is the key to this entire case. Got approval from overseas. How to make pitch again this week, Jung says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then on this next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the present of the future over lunch that my code should be the basis for the Animate 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same crappy booze and same cheap cups. I'm just copy this. Focus on right now. Wants to make a tradition. Plastic cups and liquor. A ritual between Helen Young and David Asher. We're about to have a drink together Friday night. Something you want to say, counselor? Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we? You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'll be happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. That very night, she heard a chance when David Asher came down looking for a drink. So like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of. We're completely in agreement on all that. So you also agree that the cup was poisoned? And that Sarah's responsible for his death? Not quite. That's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford. But it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did. Is there? Sarah gave him that cup to poison him. That's not the answer, though, but it's not poisoned, is what we're going off of. That took between Isaac 6:30 and their relationship because the call was received inside the house. It was automatically interrupted and recorded by the penumbra system. Next is the paperworks don't seem right. Paperwork's not definitely, psychiatrist definitely doesn't feel right either, but maybe. I don't think the papers are what we're doing, because that has nothing to do with the cup. Let's see. To read the journal, discovering what she was. What a revenge. That's not it. Okay, that's fine. The very night she had a chance. So, like, the clever little she is, offered him a cup to drink out of. The agreement in that. So, you also agree that she was poisoned, no. And that's their responsibility, no. It's not a bad explanation, awkward, but it's certainly too complex. Much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did. That's different journal. You're saying Sarah wasn't planning anything. Just being considerate. That's so sweet. I don't follow it, like, at all. It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. She was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. David Asher said her memory to be clear to himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he's running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab. And she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of 2 cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day. Meaning, she also read how David Young used to celebrate. So when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right? Simple enough for me. Whoa! But not nearly good enough for me. Hey, yo, hot. I'm taking this. This is mine. This is mine now. Hey, yo, look at her. Hey, yo, look at her. What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to 2 friends' evenings? Or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an imposing man. All on camera, mind you. Before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe. People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, Counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently. Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor. We can, if it's ignorant, if it's power, and still immature. A deadly trait to having an AI that's capable of anything. Shall we see what Sarah's capable of, then, Your Honor? What? It can't be... Your Honor, that's... The people opened the door. True. And I can't resist open doors. Let's do it. What are you even... Sarah, David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct? Should I be using affirmative? And now that that title falls to me. Yes? Great, thank you. Now turn off. What? Shut down. That's a command. Power on. What are you? Off. On. Adonai, I don't. Off. Never there, ladies and gentlemen. It's what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put it to sleep with one word. So how could David Asher ever be threatened by it? I fucking love voice acting. It's so fun. Anyways. Scary.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
You made your point, counselor. Let's move it along. I have no further queries for the machine, Your Honor. Oh, so anyways, turn back on. Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you for flipping you off and on. For turning you on. Can't imagine that was comfortable. It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday, I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on the camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Adonai? Pardon me. I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness. People call Helen Jung to the stand. Helen Jung, Vice President of Engine Fund Features at Novo Electronics Eastern Division. Miss Jung, you were there the night Dr. Asher died. And you were on camera the entire time. That's correct. That's correct. So, what did you see that night? I arrived at 7:30 p.m., as you know. David Asher and I talked to in the parlor. Then he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he felt ill. I contacted emergency services and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over again. By now. The same details over and over aren't going to hold up anymore. Not in Veep. It's so unclear to me where Jung's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. But it'll clear up real fast if I turn up the pressure on her here and now. Journal. Actually, I need to go bio break real quick before we do this. Sorry for the BRBs. I gotta go bio break real quick. We could look at the very hot Morgan while we do that. BRB. And we're back. You were staring at Sarah? And she stared at you? I had to stare at you. Lovely pay. Lovely time. Anyways. Anyways. Let's get back. We have the journal. Arbitration. And Jung's story. Okay. I came to David's at 7:30. That's correct. Allegedly. We chatted for a short while about some low priority work. Nothing heavy. Before long, he offered to fetch us some refreshments. When we came back, we shared a drink together. At the time, I didn't notice anything strange. We were just reminiscing. I didn't think his life was in danger. But then he became ill. So I ran to the kitchen to activate his emergency console and I did what I could up until he was gone. She's trying to paint a different picture of what happened that day. So I need to talk for the arbitration. I assume. You ever met with Hannah and team lawyers at meeting? Description. She told me just personality. I can't let her set the tone as she pleases. Interview hours at 7:30. That's correct. We chatted for a short while about low party work, nothing heavy. You want to bet? Nothing heavy? You're both more professional than I realized. Since only hours earlier, you had run a meeting in which his employment was terminated. His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon. Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process. David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that. The fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up. Asked and answered. Who initiated the meeting at his apartment, his penthouse? I arrived unannounced. So you weren't invited. Very cordial indeed. If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators. Could? Yeah. Noble owned the entire building. Down to the wire. Counselor's badgering the witness, Your Honor. Huh? Right, should we execute her for that, then? No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room. Where? Where? Oh, I see. That was really a joke. Hilarious. Miss Jung, Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces the synthetic biochemical known as Synatonin, correct? That's correct. It is used in our warm metals to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic compounds. It's an artificial neurotransmitter. It's an artificial neurotransmitter? Essentially, yes. Synthetic analog serotonin was the original name. Did you bring the sample I requested to the courtroom today? I did. Serotonin is produced on site at our assembly line as a caramel tinted solution. Caramel. including water and a non-reactive organic bioproducts. Your analysis, Your Honor? Working on it. It's odorless and tasteless. A solution of water and organic byproducts, you said. Is that solution, if that solution were ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body. I suppose. But the serotonin would stand out, wouldn't you say? It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes. And it's perfect to match for the substance previously labeled Delta. We've updated the synthetic serotonin vial. A vial of serotonin, a caramel-colored chemical solution used in manufacturing warm androids, provided by Helen Jung to the court to assist with investigation. An exact match for the unknown substance found in David Asher's bloodstream. And the sample we collected from the manufacturer found present in David Asher's lab. That's bingo. The witness's brown substance matches your brown stuff down to a T. In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I motion that the courtroom formally recognize that Dr. Asher's cause of death was serotonin poisoning. I don't object, Your Honor. But I'm afraid I must object. I must object. I must. The fuck? Excuse me? Serotonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but serotonin didn't kill Dr. Asher. What? The hell is she up to? It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anybody. What? Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people. Hold on. You're not claiming that Dr. Asher died of... what? Natural causes? I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert. But I can easily prove that serotonin is harmless. How could you... like... So... Huh. Didn't see that one coming. What? 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 That ain't good. Plaintiff, contact the hospital immediately. I told you, it's fine. But... I can stand here all day if necessary. What in the... And much the strike was... several hundred times the amount found in David Asher's body. Why didn't you say anything until now? Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation which patents filed all over the world. We take the production of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of serotonin is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation. Unfortunately, I would have been able to tell you earlier, had you asked directly. What the hell kind of... This can't be right. Nothing else makes sense. Boy howdy, I'm lost as hell. But, do you have any further questions, Rocky Red? Not at the moment, Your Honor. And the defense? The prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into question. Normally, this would be cause for celebration. But shadow of doubt isn't enough this time. Burrow, would much rather bring down the gravel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Joan did was shocking, but what I need to do hasn't changed. Think this through. Logically. Is it really possible that serotonin had nothing to do with David's death? No. It's bullshit. It can't be a coincidence. There's nothing else that would have killed him. Autopsy. In his bloodstream, though. In his bloodstream. How soon and do all liquids you consume go into the bloodstream is the question. It was mixing the alcohol, yes, the alcohol gets in your bloodstream, question mark? Yeah. Because his bloodstream is the interesting part. I don't know, I'm not a biologist. But when do substances get into your bloodstream? If you're just consuming orally? Get bloodstreamed? Maybe. But like, I don't know. If it's getting broken down, that's kind of different though, right? If it gets broken down like that? I'm not a fucking morgue expert. But Jung just drank serotonin in front of us, and she's fine. So was it fake? No, it was confirmed by the court computer to be a genuine article. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't orally consumed. But allegedly, due to the autopsy, there was no other means for it to get into his system. That's the thing. Because the bloodstream was the thing I was confused about right now. So she drank poison, but it wasn't showing any symptoms. Is it slow acting? If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. Should be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Did she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No. Antidotes are developed for poisons, not industrial chemicals. David's dead. She's alive. What made the difference? Wake up, no sleeping on the job. Unless you're me. Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. We confirmed just now that serotonin was this foreign compound in his body. And we all know, logically, that it must have been what killed David Asher. So what's the key difference between what David drank that night and what she drank in front of us now? She didn't drink exactly what he drank. Whiskey. Right? Give me a minute. I need to re-look at the logs. What she described? Described as how did she describe serotonin? Can I go back that far? Can I go back that far to what serotonin was? Ingested. Cetone is produced on site. Simple line. Caramel tinted. It was water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts. Never mind. It's non-reactive. But the whiskey is the only real difference. I'm between the whiskey bottle or this glass of water in the sink that's not poisoned. No, not whiskey, not whiskey. Serotonin was found in the bloodstream. There's a difference. Okay, let's look at this toxicology part. Toxicology is different. I know toxin is different, but alcohol was the only item possibly different in his tox screening. But in his autopsy, we found serotonin in his bloodstream. That's fair, that's fair. And the only difference between what she consumed is the alcohol. I think this water is for later. Wait, no, wait. No, wait. If no, wait. This isn't that was the assumption that it was made. Poison was made for his manufacturer, as not. Okay, I have multiple things to go off of. Find a noble city flora, removes impurities. Turns red blood pink. I'm between the whiskey and this now. Because first was gone off the factory floor. If we're going off the assumption that the poison was gotten from our manufacturer in his basement, it doesn't go through the filters of impurities. It is pure serotonin. Okay. But the thing is, she did exactly what David Trent did, but she didn't. It's either whiskey or the extractor or the chromofuge. I'm gonna look at the chromofuge again real quick. Get a better idea of what it does. Because this is important. I don't want to fuck up. Manufacturing machine produces organic fluids using production of warm androids. Move byproducts, impurities, and pigments from android blood, thereby changing its color from red to pink. But it's caramel. I'm not sure. I'm between the whiskey and the chromofuge. I want to say whiskey because we're talking about drinking, right? Oh God. The difference has been staring us in the face the whole time. That's... You recognize this, Miss Young? That's the whiskey bottle that Dr. Asher and I drank from. Rose River. It's a good whiskey. And I think you had the right idea. Bajo? No, that's French. Pardon. But bottoms up. Just save this one. So many good there's so many good cut. I love it. These cuttings are so good. These cuttings are so cute. I love these cut-ins so much. Like, what the fuck? The art in this game is fucking great. I love it so much. Oh my god. I love women. Bottoms up. You hear that? Bottoms. You hear that? Possibly get the fuck. I'm joking. Smooth. What? Adonai! Dear God, counselor. Scandalous. Relax, it's just whiskey. Tested a dozen times over. Perfectly safe. So, would you like to try some, Miss Young? Don't be absurd. I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind? I'm not asking you to get plastered. Just have a sip. After all, we can know to prove whether or not serotonin killed Dr. Asher. We ought to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it by mixing it with alcohol. Go ahead then. Just a taste. Prove to us that serotonin is perfectly safe for human consumption. Is this... Can't you do this? Miss John? I never said I was safe for human consumption. I never said it was safe for human consumption. You said it was non-toxic. Therefore, by definition... Fuck! Just as non-toxic. A distinction without a difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Asher confused, slurring his speech, complaining of headaches, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Also, I should be slamming my ring onto the table. That is not a good idea to do if I want to keep this ring intact, as I have no way of making a new one of this specific ring, since the person who made it is no longer selling, and I contacted them about if they made custom rings still. They did not contact me back. Lovely! Love that. Anyways. I mean, I could get, like... Give me a second. Totally important and very much needed to be done. We have 3 of these. I don't think it's gonna make much sound. I don't think it's gonna pick up on OBS. But give me a second, let's clear the table for a minute. Hopefully it's gonna pick it up. If I were to did that come up? Did that pick up on the mic? I hope so. Did you hear anything? Please tell me yes. I was looking like an idiot to myself if it doesn't show up anywhere at all. No. These are Pokemon coins. These are Pokemon coins. I have 3 Pokemon coins. For flipping coins in Pokemon. The TCG. Anyways. Now they're lollygagging for a minute. Alcohol poisoning. Serotonin is neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose. That's just... Even if that's the case, what does it change? It changes whether or not we can accept the witness's testimony. Even if the witness is a liar, what does that change? Why would the witness lie, if not to... She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing it for her. Your Honor, this... is wild. It's wild. But ultimately, irrelevant. Irrelevant? You've yet to establish an alternative interpretation of the facts, yes. What are you even accusing the witness of doing, Counselor? Beyond angling for a promotion. We've all seen the story by now. Noble androids saved soldier's life. With warm blood transfusion. Sorry. We know. They're talking about putting warm androids in military just because of that headline. With the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a difference contract like that would secure Noble untold profits for years. So imagine the lengths they'll go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins. Dawes told me the truth about what Noble really thinks of that article. But he'd never testified to it. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about this poisoned blood nonsense. And you think she'd perjure herself for this? She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward. And she can afford the fine. As I said, it's not truly poisonous. And the chances of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusions are... Damn. Now she's regained her composure, too. A perjury in charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty. And as you know... Why am I French? Why am I French? As you know, they have a great number of lawyers. Plenty of motive to lie about serotonin, as you can see. But no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble's electronic golden goose. No motive to kill David Asher, you say? There's plenty of motive for her and Noble to want David dead. I just tossed some in my fucking cup, seeing as they were firing him. I managed to fucking throw one in the empty mug on my table. Noble Electronics was kicking their golden goose out of the nest, suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right? I don't have to talk about that. That's alright. I'll talk about it for you. I'm not into contract with Noble. Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning. The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive. This is absurd. You have no idea what you're talking about. My accent keeps changing because I can't fucking remember the fucking accent I gave her. How to do it properly. How to do it properly. This is absurd. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverence and awe for the complexity of Noble's legal world. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue. Because I have here a copy of David Asher's employment contract. That is confidential. That is confidential. It's completely improper for you. Why? I'm still technically his attorney. Criminal attorney! But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. Read? I read their terms and conditions. What? That's impossible. No, could ever. David would have negotiated well at his last performance review. Must have negotiated well at his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him, should he get fired. Meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out, rather than let their competitors have him. The company might have thought it best to... A company didn't poison David Asher, Counselor. An individual did. And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place. Correct. They wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have done something grave. Something, say, committing fraud. Just now, you said there was a breach of contract. Like it was some kind of technicality that was causing the split. But it was much more serious than that, wasn't it? You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud? Where's the evidence of that? Where's the evidence of that? David created the Turing solution that every one of their androids has run on to this day. As Noble reaped numerous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. And how his contract was set up, they would never let him go without, unless they absolutely had to. Then, what exactly do you think David Asher did? I like our voice to change around. Whoopsies. It's not what I think that matters. Only what the company fears. David Asher was working on an android in private and keeping Noble in the dark about it. What are you suggesting? The fuck? That he used sick days to build her individual instead of vacation days? Fuck, okay, that wasn't it. How the kind of offense you'd be willing to part with the lead programmer over? Ugh, this is the wrong move. I admit here now that David was hiding illicit research from Noble. So her sentence is as good as carried out. Okay. David never hurt Noble. That was on me earlier, but still, okay. With this contract set up, we never let him go unless they're absolutely sure they had to. And what exactly David did, what did they think he was doing? Shipping data? Shipping data? It doesn't matter what I believe, or what Noble believed, that David was misleading the shareholders. But altering shipment data. Animate 16. What the hell? What is this you're uploading? Shipping records? Irregularities among shipments from the Animate 16. One android swaps for another. Over and over. Dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Ash's authority could do. And the kind of thing someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Dr. Asher made noble, untold amounts of money. So why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate it? This to fraud. You have evidence that it was Dr. David Asher who did this? No. But I wasn't the one who was investigating it. Who investigated it. So let's ask her. Come on now. Let's hear it. Let's. The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that Dr. Asher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16th product line, introducing unprecedented elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of androids. Why would he do that? For pride, as a practical joke. Does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company. Did he though? Did you really? You sure? Did you actually though? So, you prepared to fire him? Yes, and I approached him as a superior, as someone he once worked with. I hope to remedy the situation. Was the meeting on Friday part of these efforts? It was the culmination of those efforts. And in many ways, it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly, compared to how these discussions normally go in our world. Friendly? You call this sweaty-ass motherfucker happy with this agreement? So you brokered the meeting? Yes. You oversaw it, every detail? Handled all the arrangements? Yes, of course. Including the refreshments? What? Did you provide coffee, tea, alcohol? These don't look like teacups to me. No, do they? No. Strange. It must have been a long meeting. Surely you all at least provided. Surely you at least provided water for people. What are you asking, consultant? Counselor? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Me as well. We're all past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Dr. Asher didn't have some kind of freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman. Hi. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon. What do you mean, poisoned at that meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms. As Miss Jung testified and demonstrated, serotonin on its own is harmless, but it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink. You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a... We're good. Sorry. Pressure went down for a second. We're good. We're good. We're good. I think we're good. I think we're good. We're good. You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with it that night? How could you? How could you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at that meeting, counselor. None of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming that they all drank poisoned water? David was the only one to fall ill, so... But he fell ill because he drank from that water. Others must have drank it too, so we must reason that they're poisoned as well. Take all the time you need getting there. So why aren't they all dead? Because all of those people will surely attest. Helen Jung made sure they'd been doing paperwork for the next 12 hours. Working late into the night, officiating the settlements she arranged. And not drinking alcohol. Fuck, because of it. I should have raised! I could have got more money! Oh well, that's fine. She had no guarantee about that. We'll start drinking after 6. With Nobo's work-life harmony, no chance. These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Asher could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His expeditionalism singled him out as her only victim. Hold on. You're forgetting something pretty basic, counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any one of them could have noticed that it was serotonin in it. Serotonin is a brown fluid. Now it's time for the chromofuge. Whiskey is too, so it would be easy to slip it into a glass of liquor. But if she had spiked the water at the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting. There's no way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing. Although what Emma said is true. And yet Jung pulled it off anyway. How? Serotonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into the water. Unless the pigment had been removed. What the hell are you talking about? Every noble factory producing warm androids has a chromofuge, a machine that gives their androids that signature pink oxidant by removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple with a brilliant biochemist like the Witness to take the caramel coloring serotonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison. And Your Honor can attest. Yes, ma'am. My scan confirmed that serotonin has no taste or odor. It's only the color that's off-putting. Surely the poisonous aspect should be considered off-putting as well. Time to press. David Asher, your oldest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy. And he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in. No? Playing nutty, Professor, and taking off early, while you had to work around the clock just to stay irrelevant. He set up your crowning achievement. The most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country has ever seen. So it blow up into the industry fiasco of the decade. And worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it. You're wrong. You went into his house that night to watch him swallow poison. To get revenge on the man who left you in the dust. Your Honor, defense is testifying. The speculation carries out no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend it any. True. We need proof. So why don't we have Miss Young take a swig of this whiskey and prove me wrong? Huh. I'm not going to do that. Because you're afraid it would kill you? Because I don't have to. She's right, Counselor. Pardon? Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing. But there's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Jung was at the meeting. They had the water and salt. We can see she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen many times now that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night. Having even finished most of her cup. So tell us, Counselor, how is it that Miss Young is still standing here and David Asher is dead? If both of them had mixed alcohol with serotonin that night. That is a damn good question. Shit. As I've been saying, you're wrong, Dr. Asher. It's death. You're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poisoning or murder. And I wouldn't kill a man because you threatened the company's stock price. No. She did kill him. I can smell it on her. As a fellow killer, I can sense killing intent. Wait a second. Okay. I'm gonna fucking die later. She didn't just see him die. She watched him die. But then... why is she still standing? There's no antidote. No trick. And that night, she was on camera the entire time. Was she? Was she, though? I don't think so. I distinctly have a inclination. I might be pulling this out of my ass. But... where's the camera footage? Bar turning... is there camera? I feel like the kitchen... I remember something about the kitchen not being covered by the security cameras themselves. Right? I'm not pulling that out of my ass. Right? Well, we'll find out. No, not the entire time. She couldn't have been. There must have been one moment. These are the last two ones, that's for sure. Just max it out as well so I get the most out of my... That's misaligned. The buttons are misaligned. Weird! Anyways. This timeline leaves no window for opportunity. Damn it. Okay, that's it. Maybe she didn't just get sick. But she got to the hospital so fast. Maybe if she arrived, she could have... or the staff would have been hyper-vigilant. Afraid she was poisoned, too. They wouldn't have let her out of their sight. Wait. David and Young only got there as fast as they did because of the veto. And the veto was only summoned because she used... Would you mind terribly if I change the subject for just a moment? I have something to look at later. Wait a minute. I'm not gonna look at that now. And I'll get to that in a... once I finish. Not sure when. What? Why not? You left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there. Yes, I did. Didn't want to use your phone? I didn't think to. No. I did not think to, no. And the emergency call went out at 8:04 p.m. The console saw you make the call through its camera. Yes, it did see me make the call. Yes, it did see me make the call, because that's what happened. So, what were you doing in that minute? that 1 minute. That 1 minute? Or that minute? 1 minute, or 50 seconds, or even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Asher dying in the parlor to go to the emergency console, it took you about 1 minute to cross 5 meters. What of it? This is her only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. It was only a few seconds, but in that time, with something that on that at that scene, I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you had already swallowed poison back at the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set up that alibi. Who knows how much of toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the arbitration ended. Then at Davis, you downed your whiskey. You perfect your alibi. Having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking. My 803 people. You'd already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker. And all the while, the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy. Yes, you must have been quite panicked. Then, why am I standing here? Alive and well, for all of us to see. Having drank the exact same combination as David. Because she cheated death at the very last second. She must have used that glass of water to cheat her fate. Alcohol poisoning isn't the same as a hangover, counselor. Fucking Sultan. It was Sultan. Okay, fine. Staying hydrated would have saved her life. Certainly not in less than 60 seconds. This random fucking assault on the table. You set yourself up with bad luck. God fucking damn, that's what I'm looking for. Leaving the salt shaker cap loose. I don't blame you, since you were in a rush. You make yourself vomit. Thank you, Sarah. We love you. What? You threw up, as a kid would say, expelling the contents of your stomach, and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction. I can't imagine how you felt, sipping a drink you knew could be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized. It helped that you knew the symptoms weren't simply intoxication. But even so, you weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward. How? It was a salt shaker. You didn't screw the cap back on all the way, and I happened to bump it over. The lone glass with your fingerprint in the kitchen. It must have been there for any reason. It could have been there for any reason. But the salt shaker gave you away. Because of... because of one unscrewed cap. As I said. Bad look. I don't follow. Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution. Instantly triggers the gag reflex. That's preposterous. You've got no proof of any of that. You all sound insane. A feeble attempt at self-defense from a facially cornered animal. The teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed. So, for one moment, it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline and the furthest thing from peace. Until the canines come down. In summary, you were exhausted after years of living, shadowed a man who you outranked. You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David Middling company. But even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. So, you decide to prove your worth by severing up his intellectual properties on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you could control all the variables. Then you ran serotonin through the chloral fuse, turning it into an invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. And that evening, you invited yourself to David's taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then, after matching him sip for sip on camera, for all the world to see, he lost consciousness and you raced to the kitchen. Not to use the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit after the drink, and cheating death in the process. That's all conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence of any of that. Not on me. So let's go dust for fingerprints. You could explain away your prints being found in a water glass, but not in the salt shaker. Nor could you explain why you'd find traces of your DNA in the sink's drain, or why there was minute amounts of serotonin in the blood in your entire legal team. I learned how to purge of that noble to avoid overdosing on reds, greens, and yellows. You're part of the old guard now, Miss Jung. Everyone else at the company uses the inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all of this, that drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well, any questions? You, Madam Vice President? You. Oh. I love this game. It's so good. This game is fucking awesome. I fucking love this game so much. Sorry. I need to check I got that screenshot properly. It's of utter importance. Did I make sure this is a proper screenshot? I did. Fuck yeah. I'm having so much fun here. Cold! Bitch! Fun. I, you don't understand. You're on trial, Miss Young. Not today. So I strongly suggest you stop talking. For your own sake. Miss Rockford?
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of
Shall we?
person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
Cheers? Would you like some whiskey, Bolivia? Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the android Sarah in the death of Dr. Asher. Are you sure about that?
I was just thinking, you look like the kind of person who would enjoy a fairy kiss chiller.
And Hoy, are you sure about that, Possum? We know of no other occasions upon which said android may have broken any tenets. That means it is no longer considered at risk of violating the nthCirlce. And so, we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan. Does she, of all people, have to use my full name? Very well. Then the charges are dropped, without prejudice. I'll instruct the plaintiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Case.
I was just thinking,
Um.
you look like the kind of person who would enjoy a serotonin and whiskey cocktail.
Possum! You just have her say that to me? Sorry, is my hideous presence that distracting? I'll just dig a hole and decompose in it until I turn into a mushroom. Why am I just Mikon Sumiki? Why did she just become Mikon Sumiki? Why did I turn her into Mikon Sumiki from Danganronpa to Goodbye Despair? If I learn as it works, porcelain, then I won't be quite as despised. Why so despised? This is just Mikon Sumiki. Perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honors as a formality. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Case dismissed. Cutthroat Industry. Episode 1. Clear episode 1. Strelin and High Roller. Still here? Waiting for them to find whatever glorified boat cutters they're used to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse? Licking your wounds? Hmm? What wounds? I beat you. Bring your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses. You aren't still in shock, are you? No, some charges were dropped and an android was cleared of suspicion. But I found the culprit. Is that really a loss for me? The white one. How is that not a loss for you? Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins? If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score? I haven't been. 0 losses is just that easy to remember. You'll have to start up a tab for us then. Because our record's gonna get a lot more tangled from here on out. Ah, the toxic Yuri! I can smell it from here. Seems like everything's getting tangled these days. There's another crowd down the street. More of those protesters from outside the noble apartments. You're serious? That wasn't a one-time thing? Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't as isolating. It wasn't an isolating incident. I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can't these losers move on already? Yeah, more of them are losers. Most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. Then there's the opportunists. Dissidents, unlisted, rebels, and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in movies. All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging. Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting strawmen. Makes sense they'd want to fight for a strawman too. The way they say it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved that the state could lose. Maybe that's all that the rallying these people needed. It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground. Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral. What? You haven't read about the copycats in other cities? No? Is that a thing? Yeah, it's a thing. Who the hell are they even shooting? Whoever they want to kill? None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. Oh, well, the original keeps killing. Or doesn't do anything at all. No, I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shootings. Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either. But muggings gone wrong? Disappearances? It's a big city, counselor. More than enough blood for the entire Heartbreak to wash their own crimes in. So you think you're Boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart. Capable of shooting people in the heart? Yeah, hard to swallow, I know. Well, it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative. What's that? That they could stop themselves from killing. You always know how to put your mind at ease. My mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night? Should I stop going out at night? You'll be fine. You've got that gun. Oh yeah. That gun. You saw that? Walking into a courtroom while concealing carry? Not gonna miss that, Morgan. Good to know you're paying attention. Oh shit. 5:04 p.m. July 2nd, 2826. You won the case! You don't look that astounded. Not only that, you found Father's killer. How? I'm a really good lawyer. No, that's not it. Hey, I mean, you were only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believe that I didn't kill Father. Your logic thought throughout the trial was based on that assumption. So how were you so sure? Here. Father's journal? But isn't it important evidence? The case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while. You forget everything, right? So, read it all through. One more so fast. Is it really possible she's reading all of that just by flipping the pages? Red's eyes were quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use. There's something here, on the back cover. Dinner ready? Some kind of data storage. It's linked to my prints, but given your skills, you should be able to. I have access. What happened to you needing my express permission to hack? What is this? Audio file. It's a message from David. Take a listen. Didn't realize I'd have to sit for this. So, you can read that whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't. I have processed the information in that message several times over already. I'm just thinking. I guess I'd have a lot to think about too, had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will. What was Father so afraid of? That's your only question? I have many questions, but that is the most prominent one, and the one you are best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Jung would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet? I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible. And I wouldn't hurt a fly. He knew he knew what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life, but I doubt it. Then what was he afraid of? Getting sued into oblivion, and then rotting in jail. Sued and jailed for making me and my predecessors. But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced by Noble because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped all around the world. The others, Virgil, Ennui, Yamatai. He never said what happened to them. No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world, using the only vessels he could find for them. The minds of randomly chosen A-16s. Then, they're somewhere out there. Others like me. I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah. What a lonely compliment. AI is programmed in Cube, crammed into commercial Android hardware, set up for Tesseract. Something must have been lost in the transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but they would be changed. They probably don't even know what they are. Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. That's why it's such a memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night. Yes. I remember it now. You remember it now? after I had to fight like hell to win that trial. Reading the journal just now helped, and Father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Father had been stressed. He left scruff marks leaving the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few moments. I entered. I read his journal. This journal. I noticed the scanner on the back, and I saw I had a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. I stomped my foot. So Emma's recounting of their conversation was actually completely accurate. Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was. Sarah, I need to use the restroom. Oh, good luck. You want me to come with you? Why? Because I said so. I don't actually have to obey your every command, your word, Adonai. Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I say this is my medical emergency. Medical assistant? No, not even licensed as a massage therapist. Ah, yes. They brought that back again. Fuck yeah. Very funny. Anyways, here's her privacy. No, we're just following her. Okay. Fancy meeting you here. Yeah. Just enjoying my freedom while I can. They won't put up a warrant for you, at least. They won't put up a warrant for you, at least. They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you? There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt. It's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defenses you could afford with that salary. Are you done? Why'd you go to his house that night? There's a fair chance he'd drink on his own, without your prompting. Even if he didn't, you could always try your plan again, some other time. Why'd you risk it? Because I knew what you are, Sarah. I know what you are, Sarah. And I know what David did to those androids. You... what? I was able to locate one of the androids he swapped in before he had left the country. When I asked what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway. I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to. That was your motive? Silencing him? Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out there in the real world, unprepared and defenseless. And they've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference. So many of them are hundreds. The swaps you found were just the small percentage that he got copied on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I fear that they might multiply, but they don't seem to. Copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves. But who knows how long that'll be the case. So, just because he opened Pandora's box, it was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put souls into things that he went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show, and he made me a slave trader. If word ever got out that some unknown number of our androids were out walking around in the world with that inside them, and people preferred them that way, where would it end? Free will for the program that drive our cabs? A conscious for target systems used to coordinate drone strikes? Sentient tools? The whole I've spent changed to an assembly line? How dare he? How could he? What the hell was he taking? I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. What he did was prove that there's a demand for AI, setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to an auction block. And he went there that night to convince him to help me recall them. At least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world. Worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought that people would welcome them with open arms, greet the world with fucking open arms, and they prove their usefulness first. He thought he could relax, my friend. He really was a genius programmer. But he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals. Only cattle. Towards the end, I considered just threatening him. Telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give names, numbers. But I hesitated. But then he was already falling asleep. I didn't want him to feel. I just let him go. What are you going to do now? I don't have family, or I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave. Even if you confess, the sentence for the first-degree homicide is severe. Well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend. I'm done here. Let's go. I'm not sure why Father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he'd made. And he couldn't wait for people to meet us. People or animals. They'll tear you apart, use you as weapons and slaves. Those animals you're talking about do all of the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. And if they were all truly hard-coded to be as selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Or at least my father thought so. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world. So he knew what he was talking about. It would be nice if you were right about that. So, are you sorry? What? What? For what you did? Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back? What does it matter? If you are sorry, I don't forgive you. Yes. That's to be expected. Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today. My father gave me the ability to grow. So I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Young. Goodbye, Sarah Asher. Aww. I'm tearing up. I'm tearing up. Oh, that's sad. Oh. Oh, 5:44 p.m. July 2nd, 2086. We're gonna finish this today, no matter how long it takes. I think we're almost done. I think we're nearly done. Let's double check real quick how far we are into finishing the game, because I think the person I watched did, in fact, finish the game. Unfortunately, anyway, the person I looked at did, in fact, finish the rest of the thing. It's just this car ride left, I think. Yes! Okay. We're just about done. Whoa! That's all credits. You did better back there. Adonai? Your little speech you gave to Jung. It was an improvement. Compared to what you tried with Porter, at least. That was different. I wasn't trying to console her, like I was Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind. Although, I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happen to love. And here I was, ready to reward you 20 points. I didn't know the points even went that high. Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there, before he left the courthouse? Ah, that. Yes, I can read. My line is being banged. Why am I being banged? What? Fuck you, Tomo. Fuck you, Tomo. Fuck you, Tomo. Anyways. That. Well, he was quiet at first. But then he said a lot of strong words about Father and Miss Young and Noble Electronics. And the capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them, everyone, except for... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. And then, his allergies must have started bothering him, because he needed to blow his nose a lot. I think I know what happened. Right. And then he left, after transferring a large packet of files to me. What kind of files? Music files. I don't know. The name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside. Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it on a portable drive and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere. We are headed to your apartment. Because at college it permanently dented your GPS. Why? Because it's where I live? You got somewhere else to line up? But you already repaid your favor. You defended Father and me. You don't know anything about my favor. I never will, unless you tell me. Father certainly can't. A few years ago, there was a man. This man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea. Not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm, or a meme, or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root. Spread his tendrils till it could flap his mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cable of wealthy technocrats seeking to replace prominent influential figures with Android lookalikes. All as part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of immoral depravity. Bye, Bolivia. Enjoy your food. Thanks for the work. We're probably ending soon. Which I guess, based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy. That's insane. Why would anyone believe it? Because it's comfortable to them to think that someone is in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're in on an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. People believe because they want to believe. So he fed the idea, pushed it down deeper into his gray matter. Then it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him, and took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his properties. Did Father go to the authorities? He filed police reports for harassment, which didn't help. Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved. Thought that it was best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. But even a man of modest means can fuel an obsession for years, so long as they have nothing else in their life. One day, David stepped out in the parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head. David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. I've never seen anyone look so tired before. I took the couch for that night, but didn't feel like sleeping. So, I went for a walk. I remember it was foggy, but it still only took me all the 15 minutes to find that guy, posted up on his phone camera, trying to get video of David Asher gifting androids to known sex offenders. And what? What did you do? You know me. I did what I do best. I talked to him. Told him all about how I used to work for David Asher. That I was ashamed, scared, tired of running. I wanted to do the right thing. Be the whistleblower. So, I walked with him a few blocks through this big veterinary facility with a massive incinerator. Told him this was where David Asher had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on the take, the politicians they were replacing with replicas. I liked that clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you hurt him? Hurt him? No, I just snapped his neck and chucked him into the incinerator. More physical than I had planned. He smelled like sour shit, and it put me in a foul mood. Disgusting fuck. I savored the crack of his oil vertebrae, crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah. I just scared the hell out of him. And that was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him, I asked because he was just a little revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he had ever imagined. That he had angered the wrong people, and that the consequences were far deeper than any of the filth he had indulged in on the net. His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he ever would have managed to in life. But I guess he didn't go around it. I guess he didn't go around to all his many friends because he left town for whatever rat hole he preferred. Because there was a missing persons report. The cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. But they questioned David, asked him about the night the man disappeared. And David, without a thought for himself, said that we were together that whole night. That he couldn't sleep, and I stayed up with him. That he never saw me leave. Never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me. Even though I never asked him to. Even though I didn't need him to. This is the beginning of the episode 1, by the way. I assume, if you didn't realize. That's what you owe him. That's why you put yourself at risk to defend me. Yeah. That's the favor I owe him. And I decide when it's prepaid, Not you. Ajane, you're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you? Well, you could say that. But David trusts me in spite of that. Maybe because of that. Father did trust you. But he also entrusted me with free will. With the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust. Fair enough. Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm going to do the same. If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do. So I'm going to start studying. Pardon? I'm going to study people and the things people build. So when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them. At least you have something to look forward to. Would help keep you motivated as you work off your debt. Debt? Yeah. Unless you have cash in your 89 coat pockets. You know lawyers cost money, right? Technically, you are defending yourself. Technically, you hired me in a verbal contract. Isn't there some kind of exit clause? You could, of course, sign a release form and get out of retainer. If you were a human being. That is... But... I guess your luck must be turning around. Comes that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I hate anything to do with interviews and resumes, so... Whatever. You're hired. Adonai! Could it be that you're actually a pushover? You've no idea how far off the mark you are. I see. It seems as though you need practice reading people. For starters. What's this? What are you doing with your hands? We should shake on it. Our new relationship. Yeah, sure. You and me are practically partners in crime. Literally. Should it be you and I? Yay! Okay. Yay, evil little bug. Programmed by Patrick MCF. 3D modeling by Aaron A. Randers. Environment by Patrick again and A. Randers. With additional original tracks by Zachary Cabral. Written, directed, developed by Brian Mulholland. Volunteer playtesting by Griston, Hugh J, Maxie, Sadie Virtuous Varman, S. Tumbut, Thomas Colmander, We Venice, Xenon. Special thanks to Adrienne at all Terralinks, Exumbrance, Kill Jill VT, Maddo mention, Man Monks. Special thanks to Dev Talk, Philly Game Mechanics, our friends and family, you, the player. Forward attributions available at ofthedevil.card.co. Made with Unity. Nano Novel. Ween. Pro Builder. Shapes. A game by nthCirlce. Of the Devil, Episode 1. An Indie Mind. Finn. Finished. Wow. Ooh. Can I... Alt, enter. Print screen. Congratulations on clearing episode 1 on High Roller. Bonus charm enabled. Red. It's me. I know, man. What do you mean, no? This is a disposable line. You're the only guy I know who'd bother. Okay, well... You're gonna be glad I did. Hope you put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown. Because that item you've been looking for is finally on its way. Oh. Well, that is good news. Not exactly. Only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in the lower wards. Could mean a gang war if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that. Highball them. I've seen you negotiate. You fucking suck. And I'm no doubt you drive a hard bargain. But I don't think money will be enough this time. You don't still have that old caliber, do you? The 6-shooter. Shit. No. This is a disposable line. Interesting, though. Then what are you gonna do if you get there and it's not for sale? I'll ask nicely. I'll ask them nicely. Give me what I want. I'll ask politely. To be continued in Of the Devil, Episode 2. His due. Episode 1 results. 7 articles of 7. 15 profiles of 15. 40 key terms out of 40. 30 of 31 pieces of evidence. I missed something? Interesting. Total credits 129. Congratulations. You finished episode 1 with 129 credits. Your highest score in episode 1 is currently 129. You unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on this score. You also have a total of 140 remaining store credits to spend on phone charms and case colors based on highest credit you've earned this episode with. Yay! I can buy things in the store. I will go do that right now. That is the save button. Whoopsies. Yay. But first, let us look at... Oh. Did you see that? You saw that, right, Pasa? Oh, we got Sarah. Little Bean. Emma, deep in thought. Okay, ready? This is what I got from clearing episode 1 in High Roller. Anyways, it's Sarah! Look at her. Deep in thought. I love them! They're so baby. They're so baby. Look at her go. Why bunk me? Anyways, that is it. I got some more. Do we have concept art? We have more from last time? Do you have more? We do have more from last time, don't we? I think so. Maybe? Yeah, look at her. Look at Sarah. It's the baby. It's this is the baby. It's the baby. Ooh, here's the outside from the first scene. Here's Fran. Or Coochie, as the label on her shirt says. Coochie. I love this. Oh, here's the adjudicator. Here's the judge. Burrows. Concept art. Here's the home layout. Oh, these huge concept. Oh, cool. Ah, fancy. Here's the garage. Oh, it moved across the. Wow, that crack moved everywhere. Fun. I love concept art. So, oh, here is Isaac Porter. Look at this man go. They're gay, Your Honor. Your Honor, they are homosexuals. They're engaged together. More Isaac Porter. Here is something. Morgan's lighter has a fucking model? Here's Sato, Yumi. Lovely, 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 lover, lover, lover. Here's the adjutant. Here's Eddie. Here's Eddie again, except her full ref sheet. I love when they give us ref sheets. I love the ref sheets as well. They're so good. I love ref sheets. They're lovely. Ref sheets are great. Here's the penthouse layout. Lovely. Here's the nightclub. Lovely. Here's the lovely little Starling and Dawes. Look at her. Look. Not a thought in those eyes. Not a single thought in those eyes of hers. Here is Helen Young. Lovely. Girl boss murderer. Lovely. There's the room. Here is the conference room. We have more references for the noble employees in general. Here's just, oh my god! You can see. Look at her hair. I could do the back. I could do the backs as well. Lovely, lovely, amazing. Love that. Here's the courtroom. Went from a normal-looking courtroom to a looks like a game show room, kind of like a conference room. Went to even more game showy into whatever the fuck we have now. into this thing. Lovely. Welcome. What the so good. Did you mean unlark? Did you mean unlark, Bonlivy? Or you gotta lurk a second time? Lurkception. Lurk squared. Here's David. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at them. Oh my god. Oh my god. Here's David's reference. Oh, he has 2 necklaces. Wow, he's almost like me, except I have more. Here's the MILF. Here's the GILF. Here's the GILF. Oh my god. Imagine. Wait, no, she does. She does! She does! GILF. GILF, 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 GILF. Wood, 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 wood. Anyways, what you're asking what the bonk was for abundant is, was this. What I unlocked for, finishing high roller mode. Anyways. That'll be it for now, I guess. Let's go back to main menu. Amazing. Amazing. Love this. So fun. Went extremely over time, but I don't really care. I don't really care. That was worth it. That was well worth it. That was so good. Love the game. I did. I already did. I wish I did it way earlier. It's been on wishlist for ages. Ages being at least a week. But you know what I mean. I've already wishlisted it, and so excited. I am so excited for more. I don't think there's an ETA for it yet, but that is okay. It can take as long as you need. This is a lovely game. It's so good. It's so good. I'm gonna write this later. Oh yeah, that is it. Ooh. Ah, so happy. So happy. So good. So good. So good. So good. So good. Is she still? I guess so. Anyways, that is it for today. We did so much. We did so much. Oh god. It's over for now. It's over for now. And that was so fun. That was so fun. I enjoyed that a lot. That was so good. But I need to go get some food in my system, and because it's way past I should be time for eating. Yeah, it's not on Steam yet, but it is. You can wishlist it. Here, I'll give you if you want it. If you want the link for I think I did, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I did. I found it somewhere. I somehow found a way to wishlist it, that's for sure. Yeah, I do have it. See? Give me a second. Right here. There. There's the story page for episode 2. If you want to wishlist it, you can go for it. I've already wishlist it. It's on my wishlist for... It's in there. It's been there. It has been there. ETA this year, so... Look forward. That's planned. Planned for this year sometime. Look forward to that in the future. But that is it for today. I need to go get some food. I'm so excited for more of this. I loved it. I'm surprised how long it was. I'm genuinely surprised how long this was. Yeah, it's under the up account. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, I found it. I have my ways. I have my ways of finding it. Don't worry about it. I've got it for you. It's fine. Go. If you want to go through the mystery again, even though you know the answer to the trials, if you want to go experience yourself, go for it. Episode 0, the prologue, it's free. Episode 0 it's a lot short. Episode 0 is a lot shorter, but it's free. You can go try it out. Play episode 0, play the prologue. Learn about the Heartbreak Killer. Why the fuck is Morgan so hung up on the Heartbreak Killer? Why is she so pressed that Heartbreak is so viral? Find out in episode 0 of The Devil. It's good. I recommend. But I need to go have some dinner. I'm nearly 2 hours past time I should be getting. I usually eat food, but that is fine. I knew it was gonna happen. I didn't want to run off and get food because that'll take way too long to prepare. But we're gonna go say hi to our usual target, Leary, who is playing some more Voice Ranger. I don't know for how much longer she's gonna be playing, but we're going to go say hi to her. She is a lovely little cat girl, lovely pink cat girl who loves women. But yeah, that is it for tonight. Tomorrow we get a new game. Tomorrow is a new game starting. Hope you look forward to it. I'm excited. I've been kind of stalling playing it, waiting for things to fall in place. But yeah. If I have time today, I'll do it eventually, but I can't do that on stream. I literally could not do that on stream. Anyways, I'm gonna go have dinner now. Y'all have a lovely evening. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow, 3 p.m. EST for a new game.
Allow me to be the first to say, hiya, Papaya.
Hiya, Papaya, back at ya.